Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything is good. That's good. And not that. This. Are you good? Or are you not good? Come on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good there. And you? Also good. All right. Perfect. So, let's get this going. And then we're going to need one of them. Okay, we deleted you. We got a bunch of other changes in play. Makes sense. Okay, so minimize that actually. We have some work to do. I was just thinking about this a little bit more, and Game Manager does not have, it's not an event handler. So that'll have to factor into our plans here a little bit. Like, it handles things that get called directly. It doesn't have a way currently to put itself into there. We could make it one. It's just an interface. Could give it an initialize handler and a handle event. Or we could kind of bite the bullet and call it something else like orchestrator and move the idea of game manager itself into the world manager right now, which is kind of where we've been headed just as we noodled our way through. But let's do, like, either way, I think I still want to move creation of this stuff into game manager, whatever it ends up being called. So I think we're going to do that right meow. Still. All right. So in here, when we do a new manager, it's going to have to be, instead of setting these things here, so let's actually get them out of there. Actually, no. Yeah. That's fine. They still need to be in the struct. We just need our config to not give us these things. It can still give us a message broker. That's fine. Get out of there. We need it to actually give us the config for these things instead of the actual object. Right? Oop. I can't type today. There we go. Do you not have a config? You have something else. You're called manager config. There you go. And then in here, we're going to have to do a world manager from config, right? And then character manager. Okay. Let's get this over here, because we're going to pull these things from here. This server character manager. This server, why do you have... Oh, because I need to give you... That's fine. Wait, no. Why do I store a character manager in you? I don't think that gets used. We should need a world manager either. I think I was going a different direction with that. Oh, because of shutdown. That's fine. We can still do game manager. We'll get that'll be part of its shutdown responsibilities, which we don't actually have. Okay, that's fine. We're probably gonna want a context for that, but we'll leave it for now. On map, or well, first characters, manager, world manager, and finally yourself. Okay, so we'll have to do that. We have that guy, but yeah, we don't have a shutdown for you. I guess this can return an error. That's fine. We're going to do it this way instead of just returning directly because we're going to put these other things in here. We're just going to do that for now. Just to keep things the way they were, essentially, because we're going to just drop in here. This is going to become the game manager shutdown, right? Piece of cake, no problemo. And then we disconnect the database at the end of all that. That's groovy. Okay, so now game manager config, world manager is going to become WM config, which we pulled out of the server config. That's fine. No problems there. Character manager. Do we still have a message broker in you? We do, because we have to pass it to... But that's fine, because game manager has it already. So we don't need to worry about that. We have to pass the broker to the characters so they can put things onto the message bus. Config directory... Join config directory, map config folder. Look at my config struct here. Do I want... map config file. We're going to have to change that up a little. I think I want to give it a an explicit, like, full path. Well, maybe. Maybe. What we could also do is give it the config directory and the map. Well, the map is, that's going to change anyway as part of multi-maps. For now, we're just going to pass it through like we have, and that's fine. Okay, so world manager config, we add that still. Character manager config directory. We're going to leave that too. We'll clean it up in a little bit. But for now, this is going to come over to here in our new manager. We'll fix that in a minute. This game manager config. This is the config dot character manager config. These don't need to be pointers anymore. That's fine. Message broker. We're going to take that out of there preemptively because we're just going to build it up in here. Log is actually going to come out. Character manager config. World manager config. Actually, oh wait, you need to keep your message broker because you're the game manager. Config directory. I could just take config directory as an argument here. So I take my config directory string, then I can do that. And I can build these inside of there, kind of cleaning them up right meow. Hey Sad, how's it going? So y'all can come in here. We'll order that out in a second. We do a new config. We have WM config. That can go away. Oh, no, can't. I gotta fix it. This is just config. World manager config, like so. Okay. That gets a lot tidier. We still have to connect to our database. That's fine. New manager. And then we do our client handler. That needs to live at this level. That's fine. Okay. So. Let's go over here and fix these guys. And so that's going to be this. This will be... So I'm going to need to create the logger. Oh, we're going to take log out of config too. No, we're not. Crap. We need to solve that problem too later. So we're still going to give it that. DB is actually going to be the database connection that we use. It's all the same pool. That's fine. If there's an error, we don't log fatal this though anymore here. Brain fart errf, there we go. But we also need to return nil. Okay. And then after this point, we should have the everything we need. So we should be able to say that. All right. This we're going to do that still. Join, and then the map config folder. Ooh, did we... That should be config directory and the map config folder. Shouldn't that just be the thing in the config? Map config folder. It should be that, right? Let's do this really quick. Where did you get set? Map config folder. Oh, map config folder is maps. Okay, it's oh, right. We did that. I remember that now. For now, we'll just move it in, but that needs to get fixed up too. Give me a second here, though. Let's just put that in the config file directly. Map config folder. Okay. So we do that. That should still be good. Character manager. Oh, wait, this needs to go up here so it gets set up correctly. So we'll create a new one of you, and this should also have an error, I believe. All right, and then if error not equals nil, we'll do the same thing. Turn nil, error F, error loading, world manager. Why did I do a V here? Oh, you know, this should be W, I think, for a wrapped error, because we are in error F here. Okay, and then World Manager is the one we just created. Cool. Let's throw ourselves, our future selves, a bone. And throw a note here, just to kind of help break it up. That this oh, because it got refactored along with everything else, that's okay. We'll just delete this. This should be, yeah. I think that's the correct order to set them up in. I guess it doesn't really matter. Not config directory. You goofy. Character manager, that's what you're looking for. I don't think it matters which direction we set them, or which order we set them up in, but also I think it's fine the way it was. Okay, so we've got those scooched over. That does that. Let's go ahead and make sure that I called, I'm pretty sure I did. Game manager shutdown. Okay, yeah. So we passed that through. So we should be back to where we were as far as everything working. Let's verify that theory with a little go test action. Oop, nope, we got broken stuff. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Duh, I broke things. Okay. Character manager test is broken. And that's because we broke the Minder stuff. So we're not going to fix character manager right now, the tests. That we're going to fix when we do the when we finish fixing the character itself for the Minder, the tick stuff. The game manager test, I guess I can pull you back over. Not enough arguments. Yeah, that makes sense because we did add arguments there, didn't we? Game manager test. This is no longer... Okay, these can just be empty configs. That's fine, because we're not doing anything with them here. And then you need a map directory, but we're just testing that you can be created. Or a map file. Map folder. There we go. So that'll get that working. Ooh, that's going to be a continuing thing. So let's do... that replaced with that. And hopefully I didn't just cause myself more issues than I fixed. And character.manager gets replaced with character manager config, like so. All right, now this is account stuff, so we can just do an empty string for that. That's okay with me. Until we fix that. So let's actually just do... replace this pattern with this pattern. Okay, see what else we got broken in here still. Character manager config is test car manager. But we have created a character in here, so we actually do... we gave you an empty... but we give you test DB. You get log. So we might be fine with accepting whatever defaults there are. And the same thing here. So we've given it the bits and pieces to the new manager constructor that we need. And the rest can just chill. Let's run you. Switching to Arch, I found the Wi-Fi driver missing. All right, cool. I forgot to start. Yield manager. Or not manager, database. You. See if I can catch it. Nope. I think it was too slow. It's running now, though. Make sure that's all cleaned up. Okay, so we do have some trubs. Error loading map, error reading file, path maps, open maps, no such file. Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. M. Goose. So I know it's a long shot, but you have a home lab or run a NAS. I don't run a NAS. I have kind of a home lab. I don't use a ton right now, but I have VPSs and all kinds of other stuff. Have you seen the OnlyFans owner died today? I did not. Not really something I keep track of. There we go. Okay. Because this thing now is trying to create... Ooh, that's an interesting point. I didn't think about that side effect. You know what? That's a trap. That's the same exact trap we just encountered in refactoring the character thing, where we started to get too many nested things. And it became harder to test, and we had to pull them out. Ooh. Okay. That's good, though, that we stopped and found this. I'm going to go ahead and actually... I'm going to chuck this. We'll lose a little bit of the exploration we did in the character package. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I would rather have this not be a great big mess. Sync flag. Oh, yeah, because sync flag still needs to go away, but we're going to do... we're going to do it a little bit more... little bit neater. Okay, so that does kind of suck. Okay. So the rest of it, I think, still stands. We are going to leave this in here, even though I don't like it super much. All right. I'm not sure there's a third path there other than this one or that one. Yeah, okay. Let's go back to looking at character then. Glad I discovered that before I did the fully committed to that path. At least. Testing, right? Testing helps. We still need to pull this out, though. Okay. Let's take another look at our status thing. I still think this comes out and gets some of this logic for loading things in it. Let's start there. And let's also, where was sync flag used again? Right here. Okay, on stow. As part of Minder. We have a couple of just like interlocking things going on basically here. So we got to figure out the smarter order to do them in. Because even if sync flag, we're still going to have to do things here. And I don't think that making status do all of the work on each character necessarily makes the most sense. Applied statuses is an applied status list. Now, but then we do have to do a mutex, though. Okay. First things first, we need to get you to do the work, I guess, because that'll get us to feature parity. Right back to where we were. Kindly speak. I've been speaking the whole time. Okay. Okay, so do tick. We were here yesterday. Do tick only handles the damaging aspects of things. We used to run it on everything anyway. So my voice is not coming? Can you hear me, Sad? Check here. Seems to be working on my end. Might want to check your volumes. Okay. So we used to do this on every tick anyway in character. We're gonna want to probably still do a similar thing. Right, there we go. Okay, so. Yeah, I still want to do that. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're just gonna YOLO it and probably just run tick is fine. We'll let the code guide us here. So status do tick. We're gonna put this onto this. Oops. Oh. We'll call it that, I suppose. This guy doesn't have a lock. But these guys do. So we don't want to do a lock here. We're going to let these do it for now. And then we're going to clean this up. And an applied status list. Hey, stop spamming. Let's see. That can go away too. Why can't I? Think. Hang on. My chat box is bugged. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Oh well. Let's see here. It's gonna be one of those days, apparently. So we have our list. We can't lock it. It's going to be an applied status in the range. I don't do websites. Applied status in the range of the applied status list statuses. And we don't have We don't have anything right now that like makes decisions in here. So basically we need to do that. That's going to be our first thing, which actually really makes me wonder, like, can we even use these guys? Are they even getting used, really? Like, they're probably getting used by the character. But we can only lock once, otherwise we'll have an issue here. So if we iterate through, like, yeah, we're reading it, and we shouldn't be doing anything with it, but we're going to have a lock issue, a lock contention. In theory, it should be okay because of the order in which we call them, but it's a landmine, basically, to where it'd be easy to add a deadlock in here. So we got to be careful with that because it'll be hard to find it. So we're gonna want to basically be really careful, and maybe we put these internal. Maybe that's the reason, or the not the reason, but the answer. Yeah. And then we keep the locks on the public facing ones, and that kind of limits the blast zone. Okay. Let's do that. And actually, I want to... I would like to get this... There's too many wrapping structs in here. I'd like to get that cleaned up too. Makes me think that cleaning this up first is actually the better move, just because it's hard to work with. Because it's too nested. Effect modifier has an effect and a count. We have a stack count here, so why do we have two? And this isn't alive. Oh, because this is the thing that gets applied. I see, I see. And then the applied status is different because that's what is actually... Okay. And then the applied status list is the list of the applied statuses, which has the effect when it was applied and the stack count. So this basically just needs a better name to start with. Hmm. I guess we could call this like effect application. And we'll throw in represents an effect with a stack count to be applied to the target. Yeah. Okay. Applied status represents status that has been applied to a target, or represents a status. Effect that has been applied to a target. And I should capitalize this too, that way the docs will link together if I'm viewing them later. I guess it would be successfully applied to a target. Would probably be the better. Represents an effect with a stack count to be applied to the target, to a target. Because it's not the target. There's no target specified here. And if... yeah, really, I do need this still, unfortunately. Applied status list is a mutex guarded list of applied status that can be that will manage the individual elements concurrently. I think would be the way I want to describe that. So, damageable, anything that implements apply damage used for effects that will want to apply damage on a tick. Okay, so unfortunately, I think there is the exact amount of wrapping that I actually do need. I think that I want this. Can we switch this to and expires at? And also I need to know, I have to go figure out, do we already support the difference between a single stack expiring a full effect? So that's a thing we'll have to think about. So to do, we need to go remove stuff from this list as appropriate and apply damage if appropriate. I'm going to do that just so it stops complaining at me. On the Arch CLI right now, trying to find the unallocated space. I managed to plug in Android devices as a bridge. Okay, cool. The wiki will help you if you're trying to do a manual install. Okay. So, I'm going to rename these all receivers just to applied. Well, maybe applied list will be a little shorter. No, but then okay. Just be applied, I guess. That. Okay. So, we're going to do the same things. I actually don't think that we need to calculate the status effect internally. Some of these, actually. So remove... Definitely. Remove effect. Like so. You're going to get pulled out. I'm going to throw myself a note here. Internal methods do not apply a mutex lock. We the public wrappers provide that. Functionality. Okay. So this is just going to return. And this actually doesn't do any error returning at all. So we're just going to call applied list, remove status, or yeah, remove effect, pass it the effect, piece o cake. The same treatment will be applied to decrements. Modifier count is less than 1, then it equals 1. This is an effect application. Why would you be an application? Hang on a second. Applied method. Applied status effects. I don't think that's correct anyway. Effect and count. really think this should just be effect. Oh. It's because I reused this type to give it that. I see. I shouldn't have done that. Really. Gets used in a live. Effect application. Decrement effect. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay to change this. I don't think it's gonna completely hose anything because those shouldn't be hooked up to anything. So we're gonna do that. Okay. We're gonna do the same thing here. That's fine. We're gonna move this down and we'll solve our new errors there. This is just gonna call decrement and pass in the things it gets. Okay. Let's do... This can be effect... I don't know why I'm doing names here. I should really be doing IDs. I think. This, if it's greater than decrement count, minus equals decrement count, turn, okay. Otherwise, remove the status effective decrementing would make the stack count 0. Okay, perfect. But here we can get... I see. The reason I didn't reuse this is because it's faster, probably, to just have it... No, it is, because then I don't have to go through the same list over again. I already have an index. But this being internal... This being internal, do I want to just say, hey, you need to give me an index to remove? And I think the answer is yes. Let's do this. At index. And actually, I don't even care about that. I don't need to do any of this stuff. I can just do that. And then here I can just say that. That's nicer. And if we're inside of here, we're assuming somebody else has managed our mutex, so we should be okay. So that means that this actually... I need you to briefly come back. Because we're going to do this. Why did I do this? Greater than 0, I minus minus. Why did I do it backwards? Not using AI to code? No, absolutely not. I don't know why I decided to do it backwards. But I've done it that way elsewhere as well. I must have had a reason. I should have left myself a note explaining why. Did I leave myself a note? I did not. Shame on past me. But then again, I also don't know why I chose to do names instead of IDs. I can't remember. That I'm pretty sure should be. But this can do... We can do the looping here in our locked. That's fine. Remove affected index I. I'm gonna leave it for now. Why did I choose to go through the lists backwards? Can we make it forwards just to use range and be nicer to read? Don't want to get too distracted with that, but for right meow. Okay. So, remove will look like that now. We've got remove, we've got decrement. Get applied. I guess we can do that. That's fine. I don't think I need to do that anywhere else. Decrement, remove, apply. You... I wonder if I added ID after I did this. It already exists. Append it. Append or apply a fresh version. I think this is fine to stay as it is. I don't think we'll need to do that. Calculate them. I think is also going to be fine. I don't think I'll need to do that here. And then getting it effect map mods. Yeah, that's for the manager side of the world. Okay. So now do tick can go through here, the list. Or do ticks actually is the new one. And we need to figure out the answer to my question about the... Get out of there. Tangled up mouse. Whether or not we support single expirations versus the whole thing. And that's going to be in manager when we do we get our valid attributes, invalid skills, effects though, status effects. That's not what I want. I want you add status effect. Yeah, okay. That's fine. We do this on loading up. Load status effects. Yeah. Okay, so we load them from file. This will have to come out, but that's fine. It'll come over into here. And we might actually have inside of the status package 2 files just to kind of keep things split up a little bit to organize them visually. But none of this is going to tell me what I want to know. I think we need to look in here. Get stacks with other stacks of self. Hang on, let me see what's going on here. I'm blowing up. Oh, I see. They replied. Ba 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 ba. Okay, cool. All right. Perfect. They got back to me on a question. I'm happy with that. Nothing I need to tackle right now, though. So the answer is no, not yet. We probably want to add a flag for that. So let me go ahead and grab my project. Right now, it's not the time. But it's going to be shared because it'll have to be in the editor as well. Status effects. Add the ability to expire either a single stack or the entire effect on our status effects. It isn't even the ones that tick. It's just all of them. Because you can get like a stacking. You should be able to get a stacking debuff type of thing, right? Okay. So that can live in there for me to take care of later. Right now, we kind of just want to get back to feature parity, but with the character not doing this all on its own. We want the characters to be able to be told to do their ticks. They'll run this on themselves, but we'll do it on our time, our schedule, when we wish it to happen per game manager. So the determination for decrement used to be over here. I would love to change that, but for now, we need to do it. It applied status effects. We need to do it in the same way to keep things the same functionally. So we just grab this, and this is applied status now. If the duration is greater than 0, and I'm really thinking that this needs to come through from the game manager, because then I can grab the time once and hand it down. And then whenever it happens to get run, within the few milliseconds, we don't care about that difference so much. Yeah. So then if start time is after applied status, the applied at, add the status duration, then, and here's where we'll use our helper, applied list, decrement status effect, nope, decrement effect, the internal one, it's the applied status, and then the amount for this is just going to be 1. Because we don't have anything that says, nor does it make sense, I don't think. Applied status effect, that is. Do applied statuses have a duration? They do, but because they embed effect. That's right. Okay. It's just going to be 1 right now, because I don't think there's even a case where you want multiple stacks to fall off. Our decrement effect allows you to specify it because there might be an item that'll remove 2 stacks or whatever, you know, but the normal tick decrement should just be 1 forever. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so we decrement the effect, we continue. This, we need to do the mutex lock here. And because this is going to come external, we have to change that just a little bit. For now, we're just going to do that. We also, here, we want to do our tick as well. So if applied status damage per tick is greater than 0, and then if start time, I guess this should be like just runtime. That makes more sense. If runtime is after applied status last tick add applied status tick time, then we won't know who the target is just yet. So doing a tick, okay, that's fine. That might change in the future, but for now it's okay. We'll apply the damage tick if appropriate, will expire if appropriate. If the duration is greater than 0, okay, so that handles these 2 cases. Now, before, we called do tick. We did this. Where did we do our We didn't delete them. That makes sense. None of this was ever really used yet. We wrote it, we set it up, we needed to get it tested, but then we had no way to build a map and a gym, so we had to go on that side quest, which was very long. Okay, so if it's damageable, or it's a damager, rather, damaging effect, we apply the damage. If the duration is greater than 0 and our runtime is after the applied at plus the duration, we decrement it. That'll clean it up if appropriate. I'm concerned about issues. It might be okay, though. It's about issues where we're changing this array while we're iterating through it. But I don't remember if Go can handle that gracefully or not. In a case where, like, this is very complicated. Much more complicated than normal. We might have to build ourselves, like, a list of indexes to delete or something like that. But then how do we get them out of there? Like, right. Anywho. Golang modifying a list while arranging appropriate. Let's see. Because there used to be some traps in here in modifying things in a list. But they've changed it a couple times. I don't seem to be talking about it. The range expression x is evaluated once before beginning the loop, with one exception: if at most one iteration variable is present and when x is constant, the range expression is not evaluated. What I should really do here... I don't see a date on this either. I think that's maybe why I was doing a remove instead of at index by ID. And really begs the question of why didn't I use a map here? because they have IDs. That's going to be unique. I have questions for past me. Mm-hmm. In fact, yeah. Okay, so because I'm also looping here again. So this is stupid. And it's because these they used to be one-offs, but now we're reusing them. Hmm. We're going to do this. Yeah, that's all fine. We'll still have a mutex here, and I need to also guard this now. So we're going to replace applied list lock with applied list mutex lock. Ooh. And the same with unlock. That way that's now safer for public consumption. Before it was internal to the package, so it was less of a big deal. And then this, I'm going to call this status map now. And we're going to make you list of IDs, applied status. And I'm just going to destroy this thing and fix it. Rebuild it back up, basically. Okay. So if our modifier count is less than 1, we just make it a 1 for our effect application. That way, if you didn't specify it, it's just defaulted to 1. So this needs to become... And actually, I want to start at the top and work my way down. So hang on. Because some of these don't compile now, which is fine, but they're all going to need to be addressed. Including this... Effect map... not this. Add status effect. Effect map. Oh, I'm still in the effect map. Get out of effect map. Apply status is calculate. Okay. This is now going to become key value. This is status ID, applied status. Range, applied list, status map. Okay? Applied status value to modify. That's all still good. If the status modifier is greater than 0, stacks with other, then we add it. Otherwise, if it's higher, then we apply that. Applied status stack count. Oh, dereferencing. Okay. Stack count applied status modifier. No, this is multiplication. The highest bonus is applied. Status stack count times applied status dot modifier. Why do I do math here twice? It's greater than the highest bonus. Oh, okay, yeah, because, okay. I can do this. That'll be easier to read. Okay, so if it stacks with other things, then we just go ahead and add the total stacking bonus becomes the stack count times the modifier. Otherwise, we're looking through all of them and trying to figure out what the highest bonus is to this guy's modifier. Right? If it's greater than the highest bonus, then the highest bonus is that. Continue on. If it's less than 0, stacks with other, then we go ahead and add still the malice. I feel like this could be cleaned up a little bit as well. But we can do this. That'll be a little bit easier to parse in your brain meats. So we count the boons and the banes and we add up and return that. Okay. So we don't need to know the ID for these. We're just going through the keys and the values. That shouldn't matter. It's not going to be in the same order anymore, but we don't actually care. And we're saying here, if this one doesn't modify the thing we're talking about, we just skip it anyway. So we're good there. But we did clean... Oop, I forgot to turn that off. Hang on one sec. There we go. It's getting a little warm in here, and actually... We'll turn that on before it gets any warmer, so that we get a little air circulation going. Okay. And hang on, actually, let me move that just a little bit. There we go. And I need to do this as well. Been bad about it. There we go. Okay. Apply status effects now. We still do that. That's still fine. If it already exists, so what we can do here is we can say if... we're going to change that name here in just a second, but... this ID... if it's okay... effect stacks with self. Ooh, looks like OBS completely dropped the ball there. You've noted this for my ISP to complain. Okay. Anywho. Because you're a map, applied status, stack count, plus equals the modifier count, applied at, time now, UTC. So we refresh that. And then I don't think we actually need to reset that. Well, they're not pointers. So we might well need to. Let me double check my recollection here. Clear that too. The comma OK pattern OK pattern. Well, I guess it would depend on what you put in the map, wouldn't it? This is okay. We just need to write code to answer this question, basically. So we'll just do a scratch, and we'll say, okay, so we have our first ID, right? That's fine, and we can have our struct that contains just a string and a struct map. No, we don't need that. Let's do also this is an example struct. Its UUID is first ID and its string. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. It's just a string. I'm still stuck in my other struct. And then this. Okay, and now this example struct, inside of which we have first item. First ID is its key. Second item. Second ID is its key. And then here we can say we can print our struct map, and then we can say if item OK struct map at first ID, sure. If this is okay, which it should be. Just make sure it comes in here. we'll set that to foo without re-putting it back into the map. Because I think this is going to be broken. Like so. This will answer our question. No. I don't. I just want you to run locally. Oh, there you are. Yeah, see, it didn't change it. That's what I thought. Now, if this was a map of pointers, then I think we would be fine. Oh, except for then I'd have to print them in a different way. I would have to probably printf them. And we'll do this. Like so. Like that. So I'd get on the first, on the second, and then you'd be changed, right? So we can do that, or think here. Oops. Here. I'd have to do that. And then take the pointers back out. And that would be fine as well. Okay, my understanding is correct. We used to just change what was in there. I don't think there's a compelling reason not to just do that. Like, these shouldn't be massive anyway. Applied status, yeah. Okay. Otherwise, so there, we're done that. Otherwise, add it. So we do that, Stack count is modifier count. That effectively says if you're not supposed to stack with yourself and you've given me an erroneous count, I just silently set it to 1. I'm not sure. Like, it makes sense, but also it does silently eat a misconfiguration. My first reaction would be just to log it in here as a warning, but I don't have a logger in here. I shouldn't need a logger in here. I can return an error though. So in this case it's nil. I do still silently set that, but that's fine. Does not silently set this so that the application argument need not specify account. That's fine. Otherwise, add it. How do I want to neatly handle this? Because in either of these cases, I guess I could just do... Already got error though. Here we go. So that, and then equals effect ID. Ouch. Effect ID of whatever effect ID of whatever specifies a stack count of blah, but also specifies an effect does not stack with itself. And this can be the ID or not modifier dot stack, modifier dot stack dot count rather. There we go. So we can do that, and we can do that, and we'll have to handle it where we've used it, but that's okay. Status map at modifier effect ID equals applied. And this should actually be let's call you new status. There we go. That can go away. We can return that. That'll be fine. Remove now. We're going to get rid of this. Remove effect is going to take ID to UUID. And we're going to say applied list status map delete ID. Which is a very, very small wrapper, but we're going to go with it. What is the... It's a no-op if it doesn't exist. Okay. And I don't return an error. Maybe I should, though. So I've locked the list, and then I'm going to say if applied list status map at effect ID, if that's nil, so it won't be nil. I thought selecting oh, it's going to give me the default value. Okay, fine. If this is not okay, return error effect ID whatever not present in applied statuses. Like so. Turn nil there. The same will be true. FedEx trucks brakes suck. This will be yeah, I guess we can just pass around the effect. It's probably fine. What if I just called you E? If it's okay. Effect.E, there we go. E dot stack count. I guess I still need to have this. And I still need to have this. This just becomes E. This becomes E. This makes me think maybe I do want to have pointers in here because I'm gonna have to keep doing stuff in here. I have to keep setting it, right? So I'd have to set it here. And then return. I guess that's not the end of the world. Applied list, status map at effect ID equals E, return. Otherwise, remove effect ID. That's probably fine. So our document is still just kind of a wrapper. That's okay. I probably do want to turn an error, though. If... Do I want to return an error down here, too? No, because we don't have a logger in here. So the error writing can happen here at the public interface where it returns a thing. Or the public API, rather. Hey, Close, how's it going? Alright, so... We're just gonna say... Why don't I... If I'm gonna do this... Why don't I just pass you the effect ID directly? And do the translation up here, basically. So here I can say if this is okay, and I actually don't care about this. Is there a map contains now? I can't remember. The comma okay used to be the way. But I thought maybe there was another. If statement. That's just the same thing in a different way. Yeah, everybody just says keep doing this. They might have changed it. They might have added something. I can't remember. But it is buried in the terribleness of what search has become. We don't actually care about the value here. And this is not that. It's a status map. There we go. Decrement the ID. The number of counts there. Return nil. Else. I guess it doesn't really matter. You just do here. Effect ID. Effect ID. This not present in effects or applied. Let's just do that. That, like so. Perfect. Now you... List of applied statuses. Do I want to do that? You get used mostly in tests, which are all going to be broken if they rely on error or order. There might still be a reason, though, to get this. We can make a list. That's not a problem. Like so. We don't care about the K. We just want the V. Status map. And we just do that. Like so. We require more of this. In a second. Okay. So. So our do ticks. We still go through the status map. We don't really care about the ID. Decrement effect. Actually, we do care about the ID. because we're going to want it right here. Okay. And that's fine. Now we won't have so many shrubs going through here and doing stuff. Removing them, I think, is fine as well. I believe that should work. Let me just triple check here. Oop, there goes my connection. Little note for the ISP. Okay. So if the duration is greater than 0, we do that. Well, I can't do that. I think here. Decrement is going to take care of it if the stack count becomes 0. That's why I didn't have it in there before. That's fine. Okay. Removes the specified ID from the applied list. What did I call you? Status map. If present. Silent no op. If not. Decrement will decrement the stack count by specified amount. If, I want to double check and make sure. I don't want to remove this here because this could put us below that list, right? Or below that level. So we actually have a bug there that we just caught. So we can say if now, and we're still within here, right? Yes. Stack count less than or equal to 0. Then we're going to do this. And you're going to tell me I don't need parens because I'm still stuck in Dart partway in my head. Then we're going to remove the effect and we're done. We're going to continue. I can't, oh, because, right. There we go. Otherwise, set it to the new decremented value. And actually, we could do... It would be smarter. Hang on. It would be smarter to do this in a different order. If the stack count is greater than the decrement count... Oh, I did already do it smarter. It's greater than. Otherwise, we remove it. Only decrement if current stack count would result, or if decrementing the current stack count would make the resulting count greater than 0. Okay. So we decrement, if decrementing would result in a stack count of 0 or less, the effect will be removed. Okay. So that should get us to basically where we were with this package. Then here on run tick, applied statuses, do ticks. I'm going to say you need a time here as well. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? So you can just pass that through to start with. I also need to give you myself. That's the target of my things. That'll replace this. And then we just have to get you out of here. Like so. There we go. Okay. All right, so character manager, and in fact game manager, we'll need to be able to call this, but we're ready for it now. I know that I had tests around this. They wouldn't have been in here though, because the characters used to start it off themselves. Okay, so I think what we should do, I mean, all of these tests are going to be broken right now. And fixing them before we're done tearing things apart doesn't seem like a smart use of time. Because I'm going to change this. There we go. Little note to send them. While my connection continues to be crap. Love it. All right. We should also docstring those, but for now, So one of the things that I want to do, and it's gonna, because everything gets applied in here, I want to change this around from applied at to expires at. Okay. Because when we apply you, expires at time.now UTC, which it should be set in anyway, but we're just making sure. Add duration. Okay? That should be easy enough. Hopefully everything is the same. And then when we go and do our ticks, instead of having to do all this, last tick add. I also want to do a next tick, I think, but after it, applied status expires at, I don't have to add it here. It's already been put in when we changed it and set it up. I just need to know if you're after. I decrement. There we go. That's fine. I need to be careful about making sure we don't do anything. Yeah, because this is all just for when you manually decrement for whatever reason. Okay. So then, also, last tick, I want to make this next tick. And then here, in applied damage, time is after next tick. I don't have to add there. And at the end, well, I guess we have to do it here either way. But we don't have to do it each time. We only do it when it changes. So if it's after next tick, then I'm going to apply damage, and then I'm going to say next tick is my runtime, which is right now. Add the applied status tick time, and then applied list at ID is applied status. Applied list status map, that is. At ID is applied status. Okay, so but then we decrement our effect after. So we could be setting twice, but that's still fine, I think. So I want to make sure it applies on the last cycle through. And like if this pushes it beyond the expiration time, oh well, the expiration's going to clean it up. I think that's fine. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do, because that's a ton of work. I'm going to go ahead and commit this, even though there's going to be a bunch of stuff still broken. That's okay with me. So alive and character, yeah, because we refactored a ton of things in here, we need to fix all of it, but that's okay. Refactor the status module package, whatever you want to call it, to be simpler, run on a map instead of a list. we're going to have ability to process all ticks in the, or all, not all ticks, all effects in the applied effects struct. On a do tick call. That's fine. Oh my gosh, I didn't add. You silly, silly, silly. There we go. I'm gonna push that up. And then we're gonna go about fixing this stuff. But before I do, I'm going to pull this out just to be into the internal here. This package is going to become top level. And that should eliminate my need for sync flag. My deleting that in character. So let's actually, hang on 1 second. Make sure. Yes. Pull the status module out of character. Other things may wish to use it now. That's fine. Okay. And then I can do this. And remove unused sync flag package. We pulled all that out. It was just a wrapper around mutexes anyway. It was just sort of trying to help us be a little bit more dry with some of the stuff. But it was a red flag that it needed to exist anyway. We've solved the problem much more elegantly now by just pushing the all of the decisions about that into here, get it called. That's what I should have done in the first place. Even if I did want character to do that still and handle that still, I would want it to run that on a loop, whatever its loop was, and like just mutex lock itself. Maybe even not. Might not even need to, but anyway, it should call do tick on that struct and let that struct take care of itself, because it's already got so much functionality into it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to not, right? You go away. You become that now. There we go. That can go away. That can go away. What else we got going on here? On stow. That's fine. That goes away. Okay. And that should be... Actually, no. Character Manager is going to have references to some things. And it didn't do my imports like I sort of hoped it would, but that's okay. We'll get that fixed up. And that'll fix up those compilation errors. Okay. Fix imports and remove dead properties slash... Ooh, actually, hang on. I might have forgotten. I took you out of the character... I did take it out of the struct. Okay, perfect. Did properties on, or properties slash code that use them. Okay. So meow, we can clean this up. We're going to do status first. We're going to clean up the status test first. And then the things that indirectly tested as part of making sure that interacting with character works correctly, we'll have to do that. But I also want to break apart some things here before we do that. They shouldn't really matter, but just to keep things organized. And we're going to pull the tests apart too a little bit. They're all going to live in the same package still. But I'm going to call you status effects meow. We're going to call it that. I don't know why this isn't taking care of itself. I did the refactor. Anywho. So. Yeah, this is complaining because it returns an error now, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and break it up first. So we're going to have status effects still, but we're also going to have the effect map. And this can come over there. Oop. Effect, though, is going to be at the root here still. That's fine. Modifiable. That... Oh, right, because you're all in the same package. Character module. But... whatever. Yeah, it's fine. I can do this. Just for future me. That goes away because we already did that. That's still a to-do. We don't already. Okay. And actually, we made a ticket for that already, or a storyboard item, whatever you want to call it. So that can actually go away. So applied status, effect application. These are all concerns for the applied statuses. Effect map. Actually, you should come with two. All the effect map stuff. I want you to live over here. 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 I want you to live over here Okay. And then we're going to have applied statuses. And an applied status for sure goes over there. I don't think an application has any meaning outside of being over here. So we're going to pull you over here. This is the actual applied statuses. So we're going to have you over here. I want this to be more like a... I think this can be private. Hello to you as well. Yeah. Yeah. And normally I like to put private things at the bottom. So an effect application is used externally. Applied statuses is used externally. I think modifiable has to be exported, otherwise you can't use it. I think. Damageable really only applies in here, though. So you can come in as well. What's a mud game engine? It's a game engine that runs a mud game. That's fine. These guys come in. Modifiable. I'm going to leave modifiable here. It's part of the effect. These guys also are going to come over along with this comment, because this is all stuff for you. They're all the same package. This is just visual organization. I'm okay with that, I think. That is better, I think. Let's then go ahead. I'm not going to commit that yet, because I want to make sure the testing doesn't get ugly first, I think. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So tests. Tests. We're going to go ahead and make a new file here. And the simplest ones are going to be the hang on. They might not live here yet. The simplest ones are going to be the effect maps. This is all for, this is basically all going to be, okay, yeah. This is really going to just be applied status effects test. Applied statuses test. Actually, hang on. Applied status test. No. Because... Well, no. It is plural. And it's not gonna, I was thinking about importing and stuff like that, but it's all in the status effects package, so it won't matter. It'll be fine. Okay, so we have our applied statuses test, and we need applied statuses to be over here so we can look at it. Because we gotta go fix these up. Let's start with the things that are compilation errors. You're broken, I know. And then we'll fix the other things, the warnings. Remove modifier. Decrement status effect. Remove modifier. It's because this needs to be an effect now. Right? Yeah, you become an effect and then decrement count. Which actually, I don't need this at all. This is going to become 1. This is going to be that, like so, right? I can break this out. Like so. And then that. Oh, no, I need to still apply this. What do I mean? There we go. Nope. You. Test modifier. We still apply that, like so. If error is not nil here. Error applying test status effect. Like so. That's fine. And then here, test effect 1 is what we used to have in there. We applied to applied list is that. We still get the status effects. That's still fine. Modifier target, test mod list, new applied statuses. This isn't even a list though. Test statuses. We'll call you. I don't need to do that. Applied statuses. I don't have a new for you, do I? No, test statuses. I don't need to go through that, because I can just directly grab it. Test map, or applied status map should have one item instead found. That. That's okay. That's okay. This should be this at test effect ID, which we do need to actually go give it an ID. But also we want to be more careful down there. That's fine. So here, like so, if, okay. Oops. There we go. Oh, I lost an F. There we go. Wanted that, or got that. We wanted one. Okay, there we go. And also, if... Or no. Yeah, here. Otherwise, we have an error. Test effect is no longer in, and this won't even be a format error. Test effect is no longer in the test status list. Okay. That's much more sane. And I'm going to actually leave that open because a lot of this is going to be reusable. No count provided. So this will be all still, no. Hang on, effect application. That. I can actually grab. And this actually should have been. Grab both of these to rebuild our test here, basically. Okay. Silly me. Perfect. Multiple stack removal, though. That's still a thing. Get out of there. Go here. Do that. You... Double check. Stacks with other, false. Stacks with self, true. Modifier, +1 duration. Yeah, that's fine. Test effect 4. This is... Status is we still apply the effect. This is our... error stuff here. like so. Move modifier used to be count 2, so we're going to do that. We don't need to get that. Get the length of the map instead. And then here, we're going to grab this new block. Our stack count should be 2 now. We wanted 2. And that's still true to error there. Nil modifiable. Nil modifiable. Applied modifier list should have 1 item. Test modifier. Value to modify is nil. Okay, I see. That's what I was checking on. Okay, so you should still be this, though. We'll just change that. This is nil. Everything else, test modifier, false, true, nil, +1, 0. Everything else is the same. We still want to apply you. We'll check everything here. So we're gonna remove 1. That gets rid of those. There we go. Just basically making sure that we didn't have troubles. Believe. Test statuses. Status map. We're still expecting 1 here. Why was I worried about a nil modifiable? I'm not sure. We're going to leave it, though. Yeah. We're going to grab our new block here that's going to do both of these things for us. But our stack count is expected to be 1. Okay. You are an applied damage tech. Starting HP. Oh, okay, yeah. That's fine. We just need to replace this. All of that is still fine. Except we need to add you. So we're still going to need this. Test modifiable. It's just a little test helper, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Why did I put you down here? Or up here, rather. That should be more like that. Other way around on these, though. Like so. And then test modifiable, you should be with your... Oh wait, I did that wrong. I got two different things here. That goes here. You go here. There we go. Modifiables, damageables, everybody up top. All that good stuff. Okay. So we've got our statuses, we've got our modifier. We've got our thing. We need to go ahead and add... This modifier is in effect. This is test effect. What? Why would you try... Oh, okay, yeah. This wiggle, then I got confused. That should be okay. Okay. So we do that. We've got our statuses. It's an application of the test effect. Count is 0. Count should be 1. Okay. And then instead of do tick there, we do it on here. Time is now. And then the target is our... Oh wait, no, I forgot to apply you. Silly me. Test statuses, apply status effect, test modifier. Yeah. If we can't apply it, it's a fatal error. Error applying test status effect of whatever it was, like so. Do the ticks, test damageable. Target damageable. Oh, no. Test target. And you should be a pointer. Okay. Like so. And then we check to make sure that we got damage like we expect. Okay? Perfect. No tick specified. So this is going to be similar. This is test effect. Sure, refactor. We're going to want you to come down. That's still fine. Test effect, test modifier. We need you. Test modifier. Apply it. That's good. We've got our errors. We've got our duder here. Test target. Which needs to become a pointer. Minus test effect. Yeah, okay. Like so. Damage per tick is 0. That's fine. Negative damage. That should be valid because it's basically a heal over time, right? So we still do that. We still do that. We still do this and that. Like so. We still do the ticks. You're still a pointer. And this should still work. Okay, perfect. Nil modifiable. Nil modifiable. Does that make sense? Yeah, I guess it would. Because there's no reason you have to have a modifiable to do a damage over time. It modifies the health. Because you can do either. Like, you can be an effect that has some modification and does damage or not, right? So that should be good. We still need to do this, like so. My connection has become crap again. Let's fix that, or log that. Do that. Test status statuses. Test effect. That's still a thing. We still have to then apply you in a modifier. You're still pointer. We're still going to do this. Everything else should still be fine. Okay, perfect. One more of these guys. Tick nil modifiable. Damage correct tick count. So we're back to this. Oh, okay, yeah. We're letting it, we're doing a tick over time. So that's all still fine and dandy. You become test effect. We're going to still do all of this. Put you in there. Oh, I forgot the test statuses. That's fine. This. You need to be a pointer. Okay, and then we do 2 seconds to allow it to tick. I'm gonna do 2.5 seconds. Ah. Can't do that. I could do 2,500 milliseconds though. Okay. that should make this run again. We have warnings, but that's fine. We'll go fix them in a minute. I'm curious to know. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Assignment entry and nil map. Yeah. Because of that guy being a map now. Can I can't just override that. And I can't do this either, can I? Make built-in allocates initialized object type slice map or chan only. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I just need to over here do a func. Like so. That, that. That way. We can do a new one, and we'll need to do that in real code too. Here we can do make applied statuses gets replaced with new applied statuses. And that should get me going again. Oh, duh. Placed the wrong damn thing. Placed the one I was messing with. There we go. Alright. Okay. So we've got bugs, but we're running again. Let's see what we can find here. And we'll also fix our warnings as we go. And I'm just going to collapse these all so that I can see them better. Got 9, 1 at 8. Okay. So. I'm going to come down here really quick and I'm going to grab this. Because it's going to be a thing that we're going to want to have a lot. There we go. And then we'll start looking at what's going on here. Because we're doing a bunch of assignments here, it'll be here all over the place. Oop. Go. So you all stacking. Stacks with other, stacks with self. Stacks with other, stacks with self. Okay. Stacks with other, doesn't stack with self. But stacks with other. So we're going to need to go look at calculate status effect, right? Yeah. The only thing we changed here was the syntax to make it nicer, and this applied status. And we're just stacking up. If it stacks with other, stacking bonus is applied status stack count. Total bonus should be 9, but instead got 1. The order shouldn't matter. If the value to modify is nil or the ID is not this, we continue still. Applied status modifier is greater than 0. If it stacks with others, our total stacking bonus, we add the stack count times this status's modifier. Applied status stack count. Let me look at history for selection here. It's because I moved it. Didn't think about that, did I? Okay. It's gonna make this harder, but that's okay. There goes my connection again. Cool, cool, cool. The stacks with other. Otherwise, we're looking for this bonus is this. Applied status stack count. Applied status modifier. Is this bonus. If it's higher than the highest bonus equals this bonus. The highest bonus is greater than the total stacking bonus. Then we use that. But this would be This would need to know if it stacks with itself. Stacks with other. No, it won't, because if it doesn't stack with itself, if a bonus does not stack with itself, it doesn't get added up. Or added to the list. It refreshes the current stack, or current timer on the existing bonus. Therefore, we just need to know this. Yeah. So, this should be correct in cases of stacking with itself or not. Because if it doesn't stack with itself, the stack count is always 1. We can still multiply by it. If it does stack with itself, it's been stacked up. That's fine. The differentiator is whether or not it stacks with other bonuses that may or may not be on here. Okay. So all stacking. So stacks with other is true. Test modifier 2. And we're looking for modifier target ID. The name of these doesn't matter. They all target the same thing. So it should be +1, +2, +5. So 5, 6, 7, 8. Why would you be 9? How were you passing before? 1, 2, 7. Oh, because I have a count going on here. So this one stacks with itself. So this is +2, +3. So that's 8. This does not stack with itself. I tried to put on 2. It should still be 9. And when we apply these guys, and we only got 1? Apply status effect. If it stacks with itself, applied status, stack count, add that, set the expires at to the new, set it in applied list. We're done, we return nil. Otherwise, this should fall through. In both cases, either if it's not there or if we're adding it. This actually should be the duration here. And the same is true here, actually. Like, it should be the same because we're doing it by ID, but just in case. Expires at. Effect is the effect, so that is fine. Stack count is modifier count. So that's going to be this. but it doesn't stack with itself. So I should actually get an error here now. That's fine, though. We'll handle that in a second. If it... Modifier count. New status, stack count is modifier count. If it stacks... Okay, yeah. Otherwise... Because we already handled the case of it being an existing thing. Otherwise, the stack count is 1. We panic about it a little bit. Sorry, panic about it. We just complain about it, I guess is the word. And then applied list status map modifier.effect.idea is new status. And return error. That should be correct. So you error now. Stack count of 1, but also specifies an effect that does not stack with itself. Here, if greater than 1. There we go. That is an error in my logic there. Okay, so we get back here. Stack count of 2, but also specify the fact it's not stacked with itself. Cool. This is going to become... no errors were returned. We should have one indicating that we... There were the errors, though. It's fine. This won't even be a format. We should have one indicating that we specified a non-stacking effect with a stack count. Okay. So, total bonus should be 9, but instead got 1. So let's go think here about what has happened. We call that. And then we're going to go into debug here. Right here. Okay, and then our applied list status map. We only have the 1. Oh, we only have the 1. That's what's going on. So there's an error in my application logic here, which makes more sense. And it's because they all have the same ID. they're not getting, oops, applied because they're just getting overwritten. That's why. There. That should take care of that one. All stacking passes. Okay, so let's think here. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. That should have been the expected behavior. Whatever happened to come in last that had that same ID, it was like, okay, you don't stack with yourself, so I guess it's just you now. It shouldn't be a valid use case, so. Now, we're gonna have the same problems. In here. Betting ya. So let's go put in IDs for them really quick. Like so. We don't need to know them. We just need them to exist and be unique. And then we're gonna have to do this a lot too. So grab that. So there's nothing in here yet, so that should apply, no problems. Non-stacking is lower than stacking. Stack to self, true. That's fine. Stacks to self, that's fine. Stack to self, false. That'll be an error that says effect or no error returned or effect that does not stack with self but specifies count greater than 1. This guy should be also an error if he doesn't, or should be also a nil. Okay, now that we've given them IDs, let's run her. Non-stacking lower. Cool, that works. This one is working, but only by accident, I think. Non-stacking is higher than stacking. It's going to get specified last, and so we do need to just add these still, so that we are testing the correct thing. Grab that. Grab that. I'm gonna watch for our little, this guy. And then you. And I'm just gonna go grab that stringy string out of here. There we go. All right, he should still be passing. Non-stacking, higher than stacking. Yes, still passing. Cool. Non-stacking, lower than stacking. Because we take the worst or the best, you know, either way. And then I'll need my errors. And my errors, and you... Nope, it's not you. You're the one. Grab you. And then this should be passing now. And it is fantastic. You and you and you. Okay. Let's go grab. I don't want to just grab the whole list and paste it because I may have modified it along the way. So we're just going to go do it by hand. This is one that we would break more things than we would fix by just blasting it with You're my problem child. Blasting it with just a find replace or something. Okay, perfect. Oop, not you. You. Bum, 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 bum. Where did you go? Right here. Because stacks to sell, false, count to. Ah. Might as well run ya. Make sure you're good. And we are. Perfect. Couple more to take care of here. Like so, like so, like so. Bonuses and malices, excellent. Stacks itself true, true. False, but there's only one. Stacks with self, false. Forgot to leave that out of there. There we go. We'll go grab our other one. Be a little bit lazy. Like so. You should be good now. Bonuses and malices passes. Cool, 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 cool. Stacking and not. Alright. More different permutations because we want these calculations to be accurate. So this test coverage is actually pretty thorough for different edge cases around the calculation system. That. Oop. Totally just fat fingered a page up or down. There we go. Here's where I was. I've also got these missing gaps here. We'll tidy them up real quick. Hey, Aman, how's it going? That's from a thing we removed, I believe, earlier on. You don't stack with yourself. So we gotta get the error expectation one for you. You also don't stack with yourself. False and false, and okay, so we need to go grab that. Put you here. Stack self false. Stack self false. My intention is to raise these with a warning, essentially. Or to not raise them, but to log them. In the actual code that consumes these. Okay. Multiple modifiers. You guys... We do need to throw testing or error checking around. While we're here, make sure that you get applied. Ooh, also, I'm going to want to do a pass to make sure these guys get IDs. Just for completion's sake. For correctness' sake. Okay. Multiple modifiers. This is going to be broken because of that, I'm sure. There we go. I'm going to go just add these IDs really quick. That'll make this go a little easier, I think. And we're going to circle back on them. And probably do a quick, like, regex search to make sure we didn't have any that got missed. Because not everything fails on them, just because of the nature of the test and the way they're built. But they should. We should clean up all this. Okay. ID present. Most of these should have it now. Because we fixed them as part of making it actually run again. You didn't end up with one. Or did you? Looked at it and didn't actually look at it. I was busy thinking. Okay. And we'll figure him out in a second as to why he's failing. Alright, now that... we're going to go add our error checking in. Here we go. That one. And then we'll do the check on the second as well. Same here. Like so. That. And that. Like so. Like so. Like so. Like so. This also has an error. That's removing, though. And I'm expecting a lot of these to actually get fixed up because we went and added the IDs. This needs to be it's a very loud exhaust. Oop. You error. Removing. Alright, do we have anything left? I don't think so. I think these guys all got it, right? Because we already went through them. Alright, let's see what's still failing here now that we've corrected a couple different things. Okay. Multiple modifiers, different target. Listen. Bad first modifier because this depended on order. We're getting rid of that. Yeah. That. We're gonna have inconsistent naming. That's cool. Yeah, it's going pretty good. How about you, Mr. There, Van Corno? How was the Android, Devon? And then this. We can still reflect deep equal these, but. So here we're going to need to get fine. Well, that doesn't sound like, you know, amazing. We're going to need to get... I'm worried that I'm adding races in the tests only in here. But maybe it's okay. Trying to solve some hardware issues, though? Ugh, that sucks, dude. Especially when it's mobile hardware stuff. It's tricky. Damn phone seems to destroy my SD card? Ew. That's not good at all. We're gonna need to grab this. Like so. So that we can reuse it. Like so. And then this one will be first ID's effect. Second ID effect. Whoop. Had an extra cursor in there. Okay. These should have had new lines. There we go. Alright, let's see if that took care of it or if we need to dig a little deeper. Yep, okay. That one's good. Multiple modifiers on target has issues. Probably the same. Yeah. Same problemo. That's all right. Second ID. Like so. And then all of these are going to become test statuses, status map. And then these fellas here become first ID. We don't get any of that. Second ID. These also needed a new line. This becomes that. Okay. You. Yes, you have the same problem. And I'm checking to make sure that the thing that gets put in there is the correct fella. Then we don't override any data. So, same pattern here. Piece o' cake to do. Like so. We do that. We do not get that list because it will be pointless. That's fine. We remove, we throw an error. We check the length again. Make sure it is correct. We could do that in a different way, but it's going to be fine. Test statuses, status map at test, or first ID should still be in. Yeah, because that was 0. Well, actually, hang on. We removed second ID. Yeah. Okay. So that should be fixed. It's not there. What did I still got here? Should have one element, but have... First modifier. Still have 2. Okay, interesting. Apply first, apply second. We didn't get an error, otherwise we would have erred on that. Target modifier effect. Which is the second ID. Okay. So let's check that out. Remove status effect. Applied list, status effect ID. If it's not okay, oh. Because I didn't actually remove you. So. My test caught a bug. Here, this should be... Oop. Applied list. Remove effect ID. Now, not present in applied statuses. Okay. When we apply a status effect, modifier effect ID. Modifier effect ID is second ID. If you stack with yourself, cool, groovy. First modifier, second modifier. It is... Huh? No, this SD card works in another phone. Dodge the bullet. Oh, that's good. That's good. But why does that one stop reading? The plot thickens. If it already exists, okay, modifier did effect. Why aren't you present? This doesn't have any opinions on the validity of you. Effect ID not present in applied statuses. Did I screw this up twice over? If, okay, applied list status map effect ID is okay. Oh. I did screw it up. I forgot to return nil. Probably the card reader's dead. That would suck too. And that fixed my other stuff. Even though they depend on the order, but there's only one thing in there. I'm just gonna leave them. They're fine. It's not ideal, but whatever. We're gonna fix this guy, though. Maybe I'll circle back. We'll see. Alright, you. Apply damage, correct tick count. Applied, got 7, wanted 8. So something is not correct in here. It did tick once more after my do ticks. So we apply damage. Next tick is runtime. Add the tick time. If right now is after the next tick. So if my tick time is a second, I keep giving it time now for this. So that should be correct there. I give it test target. So it should run through. Applied status damage protects greater than 0. That should be true. It's 1. Takes once per second. So it could be at the start or the end, basically. And that would be a problem in applying the status effect. Because when we do... we don't ever set the tick time. So actually... just for science, if I take that back down to 2 seconds... oh no, it does pass. Okay. Interesting. So do ticks, we go through our list. If right now is after the next tick, which is 0, which I guess it would fire, that's fine. The next tick is set to now plus the tick time. And then we set that. And then we run through that. Come back through. And it shouldn't fire. Let me double check. We're expecting 2 ticks. So it comes in. Tick time is 0. Or next tick is 0. I believe. Stack count expires at all of that. But I would understand if setting it to 2 seconds didn't fix it. Hey Cresho, how you doing? Doing alright. Working through this status refactor, or the not status, but the applied statuses. And through the pain of this internet connection that continues to be a pain in my booty cheeks. Apparently I've lost the ability to words. Okay. So... I must have some kind of a strange... timing issue going on here, basically. theoretically we should be setting you. Damage per tick is greater than 0. Runtime, which is whatever now is, in this case. If it's after my next tick, then I apply damage. I set my next tick to the current time plus the tick time. And actually, interesting question. If I was to take this and kick that way down, because it shouldn't matter, how much more off would it be? Applied 7, okay, got 7, wanted 8. So that's not bad. So current HP, or starting HP should be 10. I should do 2 damage. So that should be correct. If I was to come in here and do this, we set the expires at... I'm not convinced that I don't want my tick time to live up here instead of... Or my next tick, I guess I should say. In fact, I'm almost certain that I do want it to be in here. Tick time and duration are parts of that, but tick time should be here. Or next tick, rather, should be here. Which is going to break some of this stuff, but that's okay. Oh, it was never set in here either. That could be part of it. MireNet sucks too. It's becoming a standard across the board. Yeah. So I finally got a hold of somebody with more than, 3 brain cells. And they said that they were seeing congestion and they needed timestamps to know for sure if it's a service congestion issue. AKA, they oversold their bandwidth, right? As they do. But yeah. I'll hit them with this and be like, okay, what's up? And the first thing they did, so I've been fighting with the level 1 guys, right? And they're like, well, you have a router. You need to disable your router and plug in via Ethernet. I'm like, okay, explain to me how that matters when you can see the connection drops on your side too in the telemetry. And they're like, you need to disable it because it helps with timing or something. There could be issues. I'm like, okay, fine. I did it. The first thing that the level 2 guy said was, I see you have another router in here as well. We're going to want to put the Starlink router in bypass mode. And I'm like, yes, I will. It is normally. But your L1 wouldn't shut up about it. The joys. Okay, so now when I do this, next tick, I guess I don't want to do that. If the effect, if it has a damage per tick, do I want to do that? No. Well, it wouldn't be. What's the... I guess it'd just be 0, right? The default value of a time duration? Guess we could go look. That's not... Come on, tab. Come out of there and come up here. Gosh. Duration. It's an int 64, so yeah. Default value should be 0. Same here. It's like they only hire models in support with absolutely no basic tech knowledge. They just read from a chart. Yes. Yeah. They sure are cheap at their jobs, though. Okay, so if the tick time is greater than 0, then new status next tick is time.now, the applied time, UTC add modifier effect tick time. There. Insane, right? Okay. And that fixes it. Which I'm still a little hazy on why. If it wasn't set, it would have defaulted to 0. Time now would have been after. Do ticks. Runtime is after applied status next tick of 0. So yeah. Would have been time 0. So it would have run, applied the damage, and then added the tick time to current time. So that should have pushed it out a second. And then we put that back in there. Next tick. Effect tick time. New status, applied effect. Next tick. Applied status. Status map. Oh. Wait a second. That would have been... This is the effect. It would have fallen through. That's what... Okay, yeah, that's what was going on. I was like, how was I even addressing it? It's because you embed the effect and just add these extra fields that are specific to keeping track of it as it has been applied. Okay. It still would have been 0. So that should have still happened, and setting it should have still happened. I'm still hazy on exactly why that was running 1 extra time. That's confusing, but we've tested it. It's working now. So I'm going to avoid looking that particular gift horse in the mouth. I may or may not regret that later, as some sort of subtle issue crops up. Alright, let's see what we got here. We got a whole bunch of stuff that we have moved around, changed, mangled. We got a whole bunch of stuff that's still broken, but I'm just going to do a commit here, even though it's still a disaster. It's a work in progress. We're going to say break out the different structs and their methods in the status What did I call you? Status effects package. Or module. For visual organization, we also fix the take this, yeah. This change also. Make the status effects a map instead of a list. Fix the tests that were broken. Push that. Okay, I like the way this is shaping up a great deal. I am gonna come up here though, and so the first thing I want to double check is that we don't have any. We're gonna regex this guy. Effect with one of these fellas here, a little squirrely brace, followed by a new line, some spaces, and then actually this one is a perfect example because he, for the sake of completeness, needs to have a new line. Or not an ID line. And the same is true here. And the same is true here. Oop. Too many things got highlighted. There we go. Alright. And now I have... Oop, one more. None of them. Okay, perfect. I'm going to also... Actually, before I do anything else, let's just make sure I didn't just break a test. It shouldn't have, but we could have been masking issues. And we're good. Perfect. Love it. The other thing I want to check for is I want to switch anything using the list. I am going to just go do it. These definitely in here should not be using this anymore. We should instead, and hopefully it wouldn't be there, I think it'd be down below it. Hopefully we can cheat with a good old copy pasta. Oh, that one's broken too. Not broken, but... Wait, no. Where were they? Is it in here? Closer. Closer. Here. I'm going to copy all of that, but we're going to kind of piece together what we need. Okay, so in our here... This is going to get replaced. This is going to become test statuses. Groovy. So we used to have that. That's going away. Yes. It was expected to be 1. So we'll change that. And then we're looking for... the first ID, which is just the one ID. We'll just do this. It'll be easier. We won't have that. Effect ID, and then you are test modifier. Okay, And then we also used to check the stack count. Do that. Still, oop, that right there. Effect ID. Oh. Grab that wrong. There we go. Ugh, there's so many of these. Can I... Not really. All right, that's fine. We're just gonna do our chores. This is effect. Oop. There we go. Back to go, yes sir. We are refactoring some things that no longer serve. Test status is status map there. Actually, this should have been the same. It's fine. Test status is status map. Actually, yeah, this will be fine. Nothing for it but to do it. Because I want to remove that if I can get away with it. So eventually I'm going to have to do this anyway. So I might as well just bite the bullet. Oop, and I want to make sure I did take that out. With these guys, I didn't. And get it done. Effect ID, like so. I'm gonna add that I forgot in the first place. Test status is status map. How's life otherwise? I mean, it goes pretty much the same. Just chewing through the darkest timeline, you know, as you do. Okay, I've cleaned up a lot of those. There's going to be more of them in here, though. Like right here. So, like so. How about you? How's all the things? I am almost certain that this is going to throw me some race errors, but we'll have to just pull out a map getter that's mutext if we want to do that anyway. And it's only going to be erase in the test, I think, if it is one. So I'm just going to go with it, and if we have to replace this with a call, then we can just find replace it. It should be okay. Effect ID. Test. That's a capital X. Test statuses, like so. Status map. Okay. You can see the end. It is in sight. You are a little different, but that's all right. Get rid of that. This. Actually, I could... I don't have a get for a specific effect. Not bad, still on the prowl for a publisher or an agent. Gotcha. Is it just like radio silence, or do you get some rejections? Is there any news? Not zero. Effect ID expires at. We sleep, we do that. Second application is the exact same. Like so. There. Okay, that's cool. This will be easier. As long as I remember to effect ID. Seems they're spoiled for choice slightly, so most publishers and also agents are like, if you don't hear back from us in 16 weeks, assume you weren't successful this time. What is it with the utter inability of anybody to just hit you back and say we're not interested? Recruiters? Publishers? HR people? People in the world. Like, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Why this? This, like so, expires at. And then we're test non-stacking refreshes expiration. This is actually going to be the same ID because we're applying the same thing. Statuses, status map at effect ID. Usually on the same web page, they want you to notify them immediately if you're contacting any other agents or publishers, or if you get a response from elsewhere. Right? Same exact game in the hiring pipeline. Not a fan. Kinda salty. First ID, UUID new. First ID, we also need to remember statuses down here. Second ID, UUID new. Second ID. Meow. You become test statuses, status map, applied mods, go away. U test statuses status map. And then we're expecting to have removed the second one, so this should be first ID effect. Not status map. There we go. I wonder what publishers would do if I sent, like, after 3 or 4 weeks an email. Never mind, Penguin Publishing asked for me. I mean, one way to find out. Get applied status effects. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, statuses. First ID. UID new. First ID. Second ID. UID new. Second ID. Apply ya. Apply ya. Get rid of that. Both of them cases. Status map length will do just fine. Thank you. And I'm almost certain that this is the same first ID desired here. Not unlike the common slime, I refuse to be slimy myself. Right? I have the same problem in my life. Sucks having principles. Alright, the rest of these are in character test. We're not going to worry about that because they're going to be super broken. And some of them are going to move. We're going to make sure that this still passes. That's what we're concerned with. That was suspiciously fast. Maybe I just looked away for 2 seconds. I guess I did. Alright, okay. Love that. Let's go ahead. Add that. And then we can commit that and say clean up uses of the, what did I call you? Get status, get applied status effects. Applied status effects helper. Would like to remove it if possible in the future. Okay. That will be that. I guess we could do CD server internal status effects. This would just give me this package only, right? It would, and then I could do a race test on here and see if I've introduced races. No, I didn't. Cool, perfect. All right, so that is a good chunk of work done and a good stopping place, I think. But let me throw myself a note in here for the next time, because today's Monday, right? Today is Monday. So we're going to throw in a to-do here. Oop. To-do. We need to check on the character manager package. A lot of its functionality, it's actually the file. Functionality for getting status effects should be moved into the effect map file. This package is going to help us manage those independently of the character manager, that we can reuse it in other modules. Also, the tests covering that should be moved into this package. Like so. See you next stream? Yeah! I look forward to it. On that note, it is time for me to go have lunch and also go to the grocery store because I have no lunch here. But thank you for coming to hang out. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. So I will be back on Friday at 10 a.m. Central. And if you like this kind of nonsense, I would love to see you again. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway.